It's late, but it's Saturday. Hello, everybody. It's been another week. It's been another day. It's been a lot. I have ordered boba, and it is on the way. It will be here in probably half an hour. I was gonna say something and then I forgot. Oh man. It's been a day though. I hope that everyone's been having a good day though. What was I gonna say? I'm tired. I did some breathing exercises and stuff before, and this time it kind of made me like a little bit sleepy. But we're here. We're making our way through. Let's make our way, actually wait. Let's go over here. There we go. Now I'm wondering, there's not that many people here yet, and that's okay. I wonder if they get to see the trailer or not. Because we are going into Endwalker today. Which means we get to watch the trailer. Let me just, where's Final Fantasy? Here we are. We're gonna watch it. And we're gonna get ready to dive back in. I'm not in a hotel room, an in-room. I'm just smack dab in the place. So, whoops. But yeah. Let's enjoy the vibes as people come in. The trailer will eventually play. There it is. Hi, Mom. Welcome.
The bread is here! Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
What a waste.
You know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
As the chaos spread, the stars seemed doomed to unravel. And yet...
Dragons!
there were those who stood in defiance of that fate. It's all or nothing.
time?
'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting.
God,
The
Daddy
end
Andre.
draweth nigh.
Penn State!
I knew it. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
So, Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Past the far edge of fate. Green blades dark as light. Told the coming of the end.
Ah, man. I'd say get hyped, but like be ready. I'm so ready. Almost a year. Also,
The breath.
penis!
I believe
Penis!
us away. What a waste.
Hello, the Pale Shadow. Thank you for the almost 11 months. Almost 11 months. Yeah, you're at the you're at the 9-month batch. Ooh, you're almost gonna have the new subby badge. And my Bobo will be here in 15 minutes. Awesome. Wow. Let us not dilly-dally. You've all seen my cute adventurer outfit. We're gonna just pretend that I'm not in Penn State right now. Because I am there. We're gonna pretend I'm not there. Endwalker time! God, we've been doing this for so long. When did I start doing these? God, when was the first movie night? I want to say a couple months back. Wow. We've been doing it for a hot minute. And, we're at Endwalker now. That's crazy. Penn State. Penn State University. Oh my god. Now loading. Oh my god. So, for the sake of not showing you all this, I don't think you missed a night, and in that case, it's been at least 19 weeks. Hell yeah, that's about 4 months, almost 5 months. Wow, guys, almost 5 months. Alrighty. So, last time on Final Fantasy XIV. All the scions were back in their bodies. And we were looking into that, into utilizing what we learned in the first to get everybody's bodies back, to fixing tempering. Tempering being that thing of when a primal is summoned, their minds, their ether get corrupted by the primal and they become enthralled and all they want to do is worship it. But yeah, I have this. Yeah. My jukebox is pretty poppin'. I've got these songs in my jukebox. It's good stuff. But, it turns out that with some fandangling, using Alize's Porksies to help with tempering, as it did with the Sin Eaters, ended up really working. We healed Gabu, and we kept tempering a lot of, healing a lot of people's tempering. There were some issues with the Garleans, and that they started to quell back. Garlemald right now is in the middle of a huge uprising, anarchy, rebellion, civil war, while we were gone. After Xenos murdered King Varus. As well, suddenly these towers start rising out of nowhere, and a lot of beastmen go missing. Various beastmen. And through talks with the grand companies and the beastmen tribes, Alphino's dream came true. All of them came together, forming the Grand Company of Eorzea. So man, beastman, all coming together and being like, we're all in this together. He was so ready for it. When these towers show up, we're like, what the hell's going on with them though? So we send our boy Arenveld and our girl Fordola in there because they have the echo, which means they can't get tempered. They see what's going on there. They see that it's essentially a big sacrifice tower to summon weird primals. It's really weird. Arenveld, our boy, takes a hard L, can't walk anymore, he's on a wheelchair, but they learn that it's made to summon these odd primals. And we wonder what the hell's behind it. And some dude called Van Daniel comes down on a fucking giant, not Bahamut, but kind of Bahamut, and is like, yo, I erected these towers, I'm about to fucking do a Final Days 2.0. I want to die, and I want to make... I want to die, and I'm making it everybody else's problem. Let's fucking go. And, we were like, well, we can't just face Bahamut on our own, not right now. So we actually released Tiamat, his girlfriend that was all the way up in Aziz's Law that we saw back in Heavensward. Remember that? It's okay if you don't. And we got rid of Lunar Bahamut, and then through other fights around, I think in Paglathen, we got rid of Lunar Ifrit and I think Lunar Odin. We had a really cool scene where we were like sectioned off. It was pretty cool. But once we realized that, we realized we've got to figure out what's going on with this fucking towers. And that's where our girl Kryl is like, yo, I have an idea. We need to talk to people. We need to go to Penn State and we need to talk to Charlian. I will go there and I will send a message and a request for them to help us. Don't worry. Something like the end of the world, I think Charlian's gonna help us, guys. Despite how they always are in terms of never interfering, I think this is a problem that even they can't look away from. So they're probably gonna reply to us. And while we're all having a nice freaking cool meeting, freaking the twins' father comes in. Alphino and Alize's father, Fortuno, comes in and he's like, sup guys, I'm from Charlian. Thanks for taking care of my kids. I've got some good news and bad news. The good news is, man, I'm glad to see that my kids are fine. Now let's get on to the bad news. Charlotte Penn State has deemed that we will not help you. You guys are fucking around, and now you guys are finding out, and y'all want to cry about it. We ain't gonna help you, though. I have worse news. These 2 kids, they're not mine anymore. I don't want them. I don't want them. They're yours now. Have fun. I'm going back to Penn State. I got a course that I got a lecture in 3 hours. And he fucking left. He fucking left, disowning our Levior twins. They are now just the twins. And they were very sad. It was very heartbreaking. Alize might have cried, but she won't tell you that she did, Baka. And now we're kind of wondering, what do we do now? Seems like we have to take this personally to Charlian. Now, I will say, my biggest disappointment with Endwalker is that it's a lot of unvoiced cutscenes, which means there's going to be a lot of reading. I think this is mostly in part due to COVID, making it so that it was a lot harder to bring actors into the studio to record their lines. Some probably had to work remotely. I don't know. I don't know why there is so much goddamn reading in Endwalker. Like, almost ARR levels of reading in goddamn Endwalker. I'm really hoping in the future that they retroactively put voice work in some of these scenes, because I think they needed it. But other than that, it is what it is. Also, hi, Raven. So, I'm just right now seeing how far along is my boba. It is in 10 minutes. My tummy is starting to feel the doombly boomblies. We are going to... It's funny because it's all here. I don't know why they have it like all in its section. But this is all of Endwalker. Endwalker, I will also tell you right now, and all of Endwalker is mostly an interactive movie. It's not barely a game. a lot happens in Endwalker. And we'll talk about more things about pacing and story beats. We'll talk about more things like that in just a second, but I'm going to take a quick BRB break. Hopefully I helped more enough with our little bit of a recap, our tail ends of Shadowbringers patch, and then getting ready into Endwalker. So, again, we will be right back. If you haven't grabbed snacks, if you haven't used the potty, if you haven't gotten your drinks, do so right now while I die in the porcelain throne and await my boba. Alright. That took a bit long, I'm sorry. But, I have the boba now. This week's boba flavors. And my Chloe look was even worse this week, thank you, Orange. Oh, I'm sorry. I got a line last Chloe book. Wait, no, wait. Last week, the one I showed was a line. This one currently actually doesn't have a line. Never mind. It's just, yeah. Alright. I think I'm close to a line, though. This coming Chloe, I have a very close to a line. So, this week's boba flavors are... And I say, honestly, I'm going to make this a goal for next week. I'm gonna make this a goal for next week. We're gonna have our fucking boba bingo or boba Chloe book. We're gonna have this. I'm gonna do this. This week's flavors are honeydew, mango, boba bingo, hell yeah. This week's flavors are once again roasted milk. Yeah, roast milk, mango, honeydew, taro, and house. I have 5 this week because right now the tea shop I frequent is having a special where for where if your order goes over a certain amount, you get a house free. How do you roast milk? I don't know. I don't know. Where's my phone? Here it is. This roasted milk one is a little bit different because it has boba alongside with grass jelly. Grass jelly is kind of exactly what it sounds like, although don't quote me entirely on that. But it's really good. So let me just look here real quick, just to double check. And then there's also another bonus drink because I ordered one for Jester, but it's just a lemon iced tea. It's not a boba. I'm just making sure here. Yeah, roasted milk tea. It's pretty good. I couldn't tell you though. You have to kind of have to trust me on this one and believe me that it's good. Alrighty. It's like I don't know how to describe roasted milk. You roast with low heat, that's how roasting. I don't know how you roast milk in terms of like, but it gives it like a smoky flavor, but like not like smoky as in like a meat. It's kind of like a sweet, almost like a creme brulee sort of smoke. I don't know how to describe it. To be fair, I think it's just hojicha because it tastes like kind of like hojicha. And hojicha is just roasted green tea. That's probably what it is. Either way, it's good. Now, without further delay. But yeah, next week, in fact, I'm gonna try to work on it after the stream. I'm gonna learn how to do it. It's gonna be similar to the Nat 19 bingo board. But it's gonna be the boba book. When it comes to prizes for getting a line, it'll be how do I do this? I'm gonna work on it after stream, and then I'm gonna think about prizes, but I've been thinking about like gift subs. Okay, so it's hojicha. Okay. Awesome. Cool. Alrighty. Now, it's time. Let us start Endwalker. There's a lot of reading in Endwalker, unfortunately, again, so you're gonna hear a lot of me. The grass jelly. Oh. We just decide immediately we're making our way to Charlian. Which means we have to head out to Limsa in order to make our way to the ship.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
Mm-hmm.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
Holy crap, it's a huge piece of grass jelly.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert
I
thou
like
not
Sultana
caught
dreaming.
attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Oh yeah! Estinian met Alize, and it was funny.
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
You're either to call me Estinian or fucking dad.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your
Lordling.
point, Estinian. Painfully well.
You're still a baby!
Better.
What's wrong, Tater-Roo?
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
What is wrong, Tater-Roo? Do you like my cute outfit that you're gonna totally make me in the future?
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Why are we happy about this?
And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're gonna cancel the final days, guys.
We're set to sail!
Excuse me.
All aboard for Charlian!
All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Colton, I actually speak. I was so thrown off.
Then we must delay no longer.
We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Honestly, half the time I'm like, who the fuck are these guys? I'm guessing
journey.
they're the
And please, be careful.
I'm guessing like when you do your ARR trust, that's those three are them. Like an Elizin, a potato, and Scion B team. They're the ARR trusts, yeah. Well, they're the Elizon's more of a Lancer, but in this one I think it's a... I don't know who the... what they are. I don't know.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die.
I think, yeah, Coltonay looks like a conjurer or a...
Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
The B-team archer girl that thirsts for bromance. Woda.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Oh no, he's actually a Thaumaturge. Yeah, there's a Thaumaturge, Marauder, and Lancer for me. But I also play White Mage, so that's probably why. We're sailing. Go to Penn State. Oh yeah.
Here. Feel.
Yes.
Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
God damn, Graha. God damn. There's a new meme on Twitter, and it's just like, damn, that body is absurd.
Called out to you, you say?
Whatever.
I've heard nothing
That body
myself.
of yours is absurd.
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
The fucking Adam Levine screenshot, yeah. I think that's the thing, like, oh fuck. That body of yours is absurd. Fucking my body is absurd.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Kind of makes it seem like she's singing it, which I like, but I know it's that.
Think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
So here's the thing. I picked the first option. There are some people who picked the second one. And if you picked the second one, I'm sorry. Feel bad. Feel bad. Okay. Look. Don't go. Just saying. Without spoiling it. I have never seen what the second one entails. I haven't. I can't pick it. So, context for now, without spoilers. We have recently learned in Shadowbringers that Hydaelyn and Zodiark are primals. They are the two eldest primals. Zodiark being the very first, but Hydaelyn being the second. With that in mind, with her being a primal that was summoned to contain Zodiark, we started to wonder, as well as the rest of the Scions, is something wrong with us? We start wondering if we're tempered. I couldn't choose it. I still trusted Hydaelyn at this point, or at least my Warrior of Light did. And that's that thing of like, how do we... Maybe Hydaelyn, it's different. Maybe we're not tempered. Maybe we are tempered. We were asked by Y'shtola, when was the last time Hydaelyn talked to you? The last time we talked to Hydaelyn was way back in Heavensward. She's not talked to us since. Stormblood, not a peep. Shadowbringers, not a single damn peep. We talked to Minfilia. The last time we heard Hydaelyn was near the end with Elidibus. We've only talked to Minfilia, and Minfilia isn't Hydaelyn. That's just the Oracle. That's just, kind of like a middleman. Minfilia kind of acted on her own. Honestly, I thought they'd do the surprise Crystal Mom was the evil one all along twist. Careful with how you word that, Matt, because remember, no spoilers. Even if we're in the last expansion here. But right now, at this moment, we don't know what's going on with Hydaelyn. We don't know what's going on with us. So you as the Warrior of Light, her chosen champion, something that the other primals don't really do. There is something up here. But, some questioned what was going on. Are we tempered? Are we something else? What is going on here? And why hasn't Hydaelyn talked to us since Heavensward? Why is she here now? I see nothing else in the matter, only the general content warning that they forgot to give for the second dungeon area. Yeah. So, that being said, for me, while she hasn't talked to us, she still hasn't led us astray. It is through the blessing of light, and being able to take it into ourselves, that we were able to kind of solve the problems that we needed to solve. Her having the Echo and being chosen by her means we can't get tempered by others. Is the Echo a tempering? We don't really know. But right now, whatever Hydaelyn is doing has not fucked us over. But we're confused. So some people probably trust it, probably use the other one. I can trust your words no longer. Like, I remember that at one point a primal said, "Ugh, you've been claimed by her." Remembering that line and learning of her being a primal made me sus. That is very fair. I think it was also, like, Midgar... Here's another thing that made me kind of like, if it is bad, it clearly isn't that bad. Because, Midgar Somnir, when we learn of Midgar Somnir, we hear, that he came to this planet carrying his eggs, and Hydaelyn gave him a home. Hydaelyn said, "Come here, rest here. This is where you will live. I offer you this planet as a home." And Midgar Somnir was like, "Yeah, you've got a link with her," and he just broke it. He just broke it and said, "Figure out how to get it back." And when we got it back, it's like, we got stronger, yes, but we didn't really feel any different. You know, like, it wasn't like we were compelled. Like, he broke the link between us and Hydaelyn. And yeah, we go back to get it because the game tells us to. But like, there isn't any moment where you're like in agony or anything like that. Plus, with the backstory of the Warrior of Light, he kind of has trust issues that started up with the whole Hydaelyn primal thing. Yeah, that's fair. Depending on how you played your Warrior of Light, depending on how you did things, in this way with Polo, if I was to put myself into her mindset, she'd be very confused. She'd be very questioning. But even yet, and even and also considering, what did Minfilia, you know, if we were tempered, what did Minfilia die for? Things like that. So yeah, one can say, well, she was tempered, but again, like, Minfilia really helped and acted on her own in those bits. There was a lot of questioning, but I think in Polo's mindset, it's just, I don't know enough. I only have suspicions, I don't know enough, and I have yet to truly have been led astray. So I can't, there's gotta be more to it that I don't understand. My thought process on that was, there are so few people with the Echo. All primals wish to gain as many followers as possible, yes. But the only ones with proper echoes that we know of are Warrior of Light, Minfilia, Ehrenwald, and Kryl. That's 4 people. That is way too few for her to be of the same status as the other primals, yes. At the end of the day, that is the thing. With primals, they want to gain more followers as possible. If something like what Elidibus did, where he tried to get all the people in the first to think they were Warriors of Light, if that had been happening, if we had been doing that, recruiting people and making them Warriors of Light, a lot like, if along the journey, the Scions became Warriors of Light and had something similar to the Echo or got the Echo, then yes, I would totally immediately be like, no, you're a primal, you're enthralling us, you're, you know, what, oh my god, what have we been doing? Things like that. But we haven't done anything bad. Yeah, we saw in Shadowbringers that too much light is bad, but that didn't mean that Hydaelyn was bad. It didn't mean that the power of light was bad. It's that when you throw off the balance, bad shit happens. So even though we got a couple threads that, you know, felt like they might take you to murky water, it never ended up truly being the case. So, with that in mind, here we are, where we're still kind of wondering, we're still, even despite all that, we're still kind of confused. And in this case, Polo, like she still wanted to give her brothers a chance. Like she still, wanted to believe in them. We still believe in Hydaelyn, so why now? Like, why are you here now? Why now of times?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
Ah, no. Don't get me wrong. It kills me. I want to know what she says. If you say you don't trust her. But we'll see what happens. She still gives you that look, I'm guessing, because that looks like someone that is like, yeah, I get it. At the same time, why now? There's something to that. There's something to that where it's like, why are you here now? Why are you showing up now? There's a little I don't fucking trust you anymore, which is that second choice. And there's like, why are you here now? Why is it now that you show up? Why is it now that you are speaking to me directly? It's basically, yeah, I kind of can't blame you, fam. That's the thing. But I feel like at the end of the day, like most issues with some of these times they give you a choice, I feel like both answers are more similar than people give credit for. Because again, the first one is flat out, I don't trust you. But the first one is, I'm not sure if I should keep trusting you. Because again, everything is happening. They haven't talked to you up until then. What's going on? And so there's still that inquisitiveness, but it's still more it still leans on the angle of, I don't know if I should keep trusting you. It's kind of like, right now I have my doubts. Right now I'm confused. Right now I want answers. As Answers plays. Right now I need and I want answers. Should I keep trusting you? I don't know if I can do that. Whereas the second one, you've just told her to her face, I don't care if I don't have the full context. I don't care what you have to say. I don't trust you. And that's where they're similar and different. One of them is more stone cold and resolute, while the other one is still giving some room because we don't know what's going to be happening. So yeah.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
The fact that it's the quiet conversion of Answers also hits, and that there's something you aren't telling me and I need to know before I can make any choices. And here it is. She gives us this, which one can say as, well, that's pretty convenient, but it can also be true. The more calamities keep happening, the harder it is for Eidolon to get in contact with you. That little rift that you would go to with the little magic circle and the crystals, and you just like hear, feel, think, and the stars. Like when you log in. I always thought that was the rift betwixt. And yeah, no, she's telling you like, I can't do that anymore. My power's getting weaker.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine,
TBH, I wanted to say I didn't trust her, but even my cold heart couldn't be like, I can't trust you. Like, bruh, she literally saves your life, which no other primal has done. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. She's helped us. She's not led us astray.
Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
Cast your peepers!
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
That line. That fucking line is what cemented my choice. She is literally throwing caution to the wind and is like, no, you absolutely deserve to hear this. You who have thrown your life on the line for me countless times. Yes. When she says it, she was like, despite how taxing it is, I need to talk to you right now.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Yeah.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
What kind of boat ship seem, depending on how far Sharlayan is from Leminsa.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I prithee.
Privy.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
We ain't gonna find shit here, are we? Title drop. Gotta arrive at Poor Authority.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
Yeah.
How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
Yeah, they did.
So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Yeah, remember Heavensward? What, the place that became, like, Idleshire? And the hinterlands, all those collapsed and broken buildings? Covered in moss and vines? That used to be...
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's
New
next, then?
Charlian.
Entry applications?
This is old Charlian. But where the hinterlands was New Charlian. Went shit real fast, though, with the calamity and everything.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian Orbit severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
What the fuck do we do, though? What about us?
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite.
Oh.
So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed.
I love Charlian. They did that thing with Charlian that they did with the Crystarium. Where they took the theme. And was like, you know what we're gonna do with the night theme? We're gonna put the theme song in there in echoey form. Gets me a little bit emotional, I'm saying.
The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
And yeah, this is where we're reminded that Graha's a student of Baldessian. I didn't fucking remember that shit. I was like, he's an Archon, so he's been to Charlian, but I forgot he was a student of Baldessian.
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall.
But it makes sense because Kryl, like, Kryl just calls him Raha. I love how she's like, freaking Yashtal's like Grahatia, and it's like, Raha, just call him Raha. And to call him Raha means you really, really like him. So it's like, or like you're really close.
We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service.
I gotta get the yours
I was assigned
encyclopedias.
to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
I just do it out of habit due to me loving them so much. Man, for my Warrior of Light, this was also awkward since I have him as an actual Sharlayan citizen that ran away as a child and hasn't been there since. It's a shame they don't let you have like a little Archon mark for that kind of stuff.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Raha, Stola, Lemaine, all good boys and girls.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Like...
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Also, God, I forgot how much I love Lemaine. Lemaine, I wanted to give her all the hugs. Oh look, the doghouse man is local rumors. Oh man. Local news, Lord Leveilleur cast to the doghouse by the lady for disowning his kids. I'm telling you, Dulia Chai would never. I'm just saying, if Emiliance did not send him to the doghouse, if he did not sleep on the couch that night, Dulia Chai is automatic best mom. She would never. Dulia Chai would never. The moment the first syllable of disown would leave his lips, she would choke him. She would put him in a chokehold. Dulia would kill literally everyone. Dulia would murder. Like, that's that thing of it would have been like, what hunt? Like, what Emiliance? You slept, he went to bed that night with you? I would never. There'd be nothing left of that man. They heard his wife beating the shit out of him for the disowning. Despite that, we're at Port Authority and the potato here is like, yo, I'm just saying, you can come in, but everybody know that your father done disowned you. And while that does not mean we can't let you in, I'm asking you not to fuck around. Dulia Chai savage.
We shall keep that in mind.
Port Authority Karen. She's just doing her
These last two are
job.
not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Hi.
Name and occupation?
Also, I swear I've heard the Port Authority's VA before, but I can't find an IMDb. Artisan, champion of Eorzea. I have to ask, did anyone choose the third one? I can't remember what I chose here. I think I put artisan. But regardless of the other two, and they kind of point out, you're also the champion of Eorzea. So you know what? We're gonna pick our name, champion of Eorzea. That's our occupation. Is that why we're here? No. But champion of Eorzea. Let's just fuck it up at Port Authority. Hi.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
Thank you, Graha.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates.
Mm-hmm.
No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it? Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
She's so unimpressed, and I loved it. Love it. Okay, I had a feeling it was gonna be that thing of, at the end of the day, I think what I had chose was adventurer by trade. In that you're kind of a sellsword-ish. Also, apparently they updated the IMDb. That's Triss's VA. Oh, I went artisan as my boy is proud of his skills with alchemy. Yeah, so if you say champion of Eorzea, Graha's like, she earned it though. She earned it. She's so good. She's great. But
And
adventurer
you,
by
sir?
trade is on the book. Meanwhile, Estinian.
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
That's great. What do you do? What do you do now, Estinian? Estinian. Formally. Okay, that's good.
If you'll allow me.
Thank you.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I don't know why they felt the need to put that there. I guess they thought we forgot about Kryl. That being said, I love how he's like, freaking Estinian introduces himself, formerly of the Knights of Ishgard, Drow's Dragoon, and it's like, well, thank God you're not still a part of it, because that could have probably gotten him denied. But then it's like, cool, what do you do now? And just that zoom in as like, Estinian's like, oh fuck, I didn't think about this. Estinian's so fucking dumb. He's just like, oh fuck, now what do I say? Because it's like, cool, that's what you used to do. They want to know what you do now, Estinian. Like, Estinian, they want to know what you do now.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
It became daytime.
It is good to see you.
It became daytime in the time we were fucking going through Port Authority.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Heh.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
I'm gonna be real with you. If Kryl wasn't a Lalafell, I would ship her with Estinian. Do any of you guys ship those two? I can't ship Lalafells. If Kryl was not a Lalafell, I would ship her with Estinian. I think their dynamic is very, very cute. Right now, I just think they're like they're nice, like bickering friends. And mostly Estinian is the one that does the bickering. Estinian is a feral cat. I cannot ship that man. No, I ship Estinian pretty hard with Yzael. Like, if Yzael was still alive, easy. No, I don't ship him with Kryl because I have Yzael. Unfortunately, Yzael is no longer with us. And if and then yeah, if Kryl wasn't a potato, I can't ship potatoes. I'm sorry. Old Charlian knew you. I didn't read the description. We go to the Baldessian Annex. This will be our hangout. This is where a lot of
Pray
reading will
forgive me.
happen. Okay.
I was delayed.
We were all gonna do stuff, and then this happened.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
I can't remember. I wonder if, like,
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
we get a tour. Everyone kind of does their own little thing for a bit while we get a
Come
tour.
what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Charlian, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Charlian focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
Which is like all of Charlian in general, though.
And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
So, it doesn't seem to be, by this line, it doesn't seem to be that Charlian is anti-intervention because that's how they've always been. Because she just mentioned right here, there's two sides. The bibliotheques are usually the one that's like, no, record and observe, do not interfere. And then there's another faction of people that it's like, no, we should get in on this, but with diplomacy, you know, and some class, but help out. And that was Louisois, her grandfather, the students of Baldessian, and maybe the other students of Louisois. So it's not that all of Charlian thinks don't interact. It's that right now, or at least in the case of the Forum, Charlian is very conservative. Louis, my boy. The moment I saw Last Stand, I was like, alright, that has to be his popular RP spot in Balmung. Sucker's Bet Everywhere is a popular stuff. It should be at Charlian Starbucks.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if Having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
Still kind of weirded out by how, like, Male Mikote's hands are. Makes no sense still. But yeah, he's just... Graha points out, the twins' dad is kind of acting like he has more important things to do than stop the end of the world. That's weird.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian.
The more important thing for him is clearly the couch. Fortuno has more important things to do. He's got to figure out his couch arrangement because he ain't sleeping with Emilian tonight. We're just gonna keep going back to the... We're gonna go back to the fact this fuck... Like, now if you guys excuse me, I have to get ready to sleep on the fucking couch. I need to talk my wife out of a divorce. I bet Raha gives amazing massages. It's actually canon. I saw the snippet from one of the Eorzean encyclopedias that Raha is an amazing singer. That is a thing in canon. So I can't wait till Jonathan Bailey fucking sings. Because apparently he can sing. He can sing very well. There's like audio stuff of him singing. It's just like hard to find. He's got can't save the world when you're trying to save your marriage.
Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
You think Emilians would give him the couch? Oh hell no. That boy's sleeping on the fucking balcony. Not even the balcony. She just points out the door and tells him to leave. Get out. There's a little park, and there's a little park just a couple feet away from the Levior Manor. She sends him there. Go over there.
Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
He can sleep in his office for all she cares after the disowning.
The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They might be onto something over there in
They do, in fact,
Thavnair.
appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Yeah, that's me.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
The fork. We are at the fork. Oh my god, now I'm just imagining Emilians and Dulia having a girls' night just talking about the twins and their husbands. Oh. It just sucks because, like, Dulia never met Alize. I would have loved that.
Though it is a great
Should have fallen in love with both of
and
them.
an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
We're at a fork in the road.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
See, Miss
Alice
Poor
and I
Death
would
Lady,
also
even
like
Krau
to
says
help,
we're the champion.
if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
See, Dulia will talk about her husband, Emilians will ignore it in favor of divorce proceedings.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner.
All the nerds will get together and talk and stay in Sharlayan. The bros will go to
Thoughts?
Thavnir.
Objections?
I passed through Thavnir on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I've been there.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
The bros.
Give me
Urianger's
a
not,
moment
Daddy
afterwards,
Anjay's not a
and I'll
nerd.
supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Yay. Alrighty. Seat at the last stand. So, what it looks like... Now, here's the thing that I was always wondering. After that cutscene, you choose to either stay in Sharlayan with the first half of the Scions and investigate what's going on, what might be happening, try to kind of get an idea of what's going on that the Forum is so adamant to reject us. What is it that apparently seems more important to them than helping out? And then, or you go to Thavnir with the bros and take on Nadana's request. Nadana is an alchemist who has asked for the help of the Warrior of Light because they have been given a project by the Satrap, which is the leader of the city-state at Razadhan, to figure out and create an object that allows people to go into the towers without being enthralled. Because that was one of the reasons where Arenvald and Fordola did that reconnaissance mission, because anybody else who goes there becomes enthralled. When there was that one scene in the patch content where some people got too close to the tower, some Alamegans, and they came back saying glory to Garlemald. So it's making sure that people who go there do not get enthralled. They don't have many people with the Echo, you see. So we need to find a way to get regular people in there. Instead of find a way to replicate the Echo, it's or instead of searching for people who have the Echo, because that's very hard, it's how about we just kind of give them protection from being enthralled. So looks like we're gonna go to we're going with the Sharlayan half. I guess that's what they do first, and then we're gonna be going into Thavnir because that's the order that this did it. When I was playing, I went to Thavnir first, and then I came back to Sharlayan to do all of this. But we're gonna start the opposite end. A seat at the last stand. So there's a bit more running around, there's a bit more errands, like a lot of expansions. But eventually, once we decide to take a break, we go to Starbucks. That's what the last stand is. It's Starbucks.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently.
I'd say it's more Wendy's and Starbucks. I get that. It's a little bit more posh than a fast food place, though. A little bit more posh.
It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family.
That's the one thing I love about this game. Literally all the heroes of this world are fucking college graduates. All of them have their masters, even Thancred. No, especially Thancred. Nah, man. The people who have the mark have a PhD. Because that's what the mark means, right? That you put in, like, a thesis and shit. Like... God, I keep thinking about the fucking lunch table meme. Where it was like, everyone in this table has a master's, and everyone in one table has a PhD, and everyone in the other one...
If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Yeah, it does. Archon is a title given by Sharlayan to a person who has excelled in a specific field of study, gone above and beyond. No, because the twins had to do a thesis as well. Oh, okay, never mind. Gone above and beyond by contributing greatly to that field and have demonstrated their exceptional knowledge on their chosen subject. It is not enough to simply be wise or study if one wishes to become an Archon, and therefore the title is very rarely given, with as few as 12 Archons currently known. Wow. Then why don't the twins have the mark? Yeah, I was gonna say, like... Twins didn't excel, I think? I guess, like, and Ida became an Archon. Like, if there's as few as 12 well, currently known. So, like, we had Louisoix, who was an Archon. We have Graha. I think Kryl has one. We have Thancred. We have Oriange. We have Y'shtola. Papalimo had one. When Lys was disguised as Ida had one. So that's 8. Who else had an Archon mark that we know of? Matoya. Yeah, Matoya. Who else? That's 9. Quem más? I already said Louisoix. So... that's at least 9. We've at least accounted for 9. Mumbrita! Mumbrita! Yeah, Mumbrita! I was like, wait, who else visited us? Who else have we seen? Mumbrita. Yeah, okay, that's 10. That's 10 people so far. That's 10. Did Did Minfilia have one? I don't think Minfilia had an Archon mark. Mikoto? Did Mikoto have an Archon mark? Minfilia did not, no. Someone Google it. We've got 10 of them.
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples.
Rambros. Oh my god, I didn't think about Rambros. And Fortuno, yeah. Their dad would have a fucking Archon mark. That's fair. Okay, yeah. I would have completely forgotten about Rambros. But that makes sense, because they were sent from Sharlayan to investigate the Crystal Tower. That's fair. Archon, Louis Leveilleur, Thancred Waters, Ishtola Rule, Grahatia, Ida Hext, Papalimo, Totolimo, Oriange, Orle, Matoya, Mikoto Jimba, Moonbrita, Wolf Sunrin, Rambros, Zaster Liston, and Fortuno Leveilleur. Yep.
Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
So, right now, we've just learned that there is a whole ass other. There is essentially a whole ass facility, living area under Sharlayan. And for some reason, while sometimes they would bring cargo under there to take it to this lower section of Sharlayan, there's a lot of boats going in, and that's not a thing. While in Sharlayan, Thancred studied survival techniques and intelligence gathering. After becoming an expert in both, he became an Archon. Lamal Thancred's mark is for survival and espionage. That's amazing.
Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the Gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And Gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
So, we didn't get to see too much of it. They mentioned a Gleaner. The people on those boats manning the cargo are called Gleaners. And to essentially put it in as simple terms as possible, their job is to collect and observe. To glean. To glean over things. Whatever it says on the fucking tin. So the Gleaners have been collecting who collect flora and fauna and bring it down to Labyrinthos where it can be studied and observed. Have been pretty busy lately. A labyrinth descent. After mulling over what you learned at the last stand, Alize is convinced that the recent increase of Gleaner activity has something to do with the Forum. So it's time to go to the whole ass other world. Or the whole ass mini Earth.
Deep beneath the Scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, A profound transformation.
Eh.
Knowledge buried beneath knowledge. A growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Oh my god, the Aether Current hunt here was a nightmare.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Yeah, here's the funny thing. So the friends were supposed to help me during Endwalker. They literally only helped me with like 2 dungeons. And then I did everything else on my own. And it wasn't for like rushing through it. I want to say I finished Endwalker in 2 weeks. I had to wait till I got back here later on to get the Aether Currents. And yeah, I was like, man, because when I started playing, and like Shadowbringers was done. I think they were still getting a little bit of patch content, but you were still waiting for Endwalker, and they had reduced the amount of Aether Currents that you needed to get. In Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers. I think they brought it down to 8. I think it was like 8 total map Aether Currents that you had to get. I think here in Endwalker you have the full 12, I think, or 10 or 12. And for all the other expansions, they flew me around and we collected Aether Currents, and this one it was like, guys, I'm playing Endwalker. No one wants to help me. Okay, bye-bye. No one was available to help me. So, like, the last bit of Endwalker, I did by myself. Until you had to do the very last trial on your own, but like you had to okay. Without spoiling the last trial has a second half that a song plays in that everyone's like fucking hype. But first time doing the last trial of Endwalker. And we finally get to that part where that song's supposed to start playing. Or more so, by the time that song decided to start playing, we were already on the last 10% of the boss. So I barely got to hear the other song that played on the last trial. And when I told them because they were like, isn't the song fucking awesome? It's so good when you get to that part of the fight and the other song's just playing. And I'm like, I never got to hear it. It didn't play or something. I didn't hear like the vocals until we were like at 10%, and then it was over. And I remember Lynn was like, oh no. You probably got a group of people that already like did all the patch content. And like had really good armor and gear and stuff for it. Like by the time I got to the last trial, like 6.2 had already come out, so people had like the new raid gear and stuff like that. Which reminds me, I've gotta get my week's rotation of that, of Pandemonium. But either way, but yeah, I barely got to hear the song. I was really looking forward to it. I was like, there's another song that plays and they say it's good. Where is it? Anytime now. Oh, it's Dad. Oh, it's Dad.
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
Thank you,
The
God.
island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Right, the Gleaners, they usually work alone, but now they're not. That's weird.
Ugh.
That does not happen. And oh no, Kryl has an aneurysm.
Did you call to me just now?
Am I the only one that doesn't really do all of that? Like, I didn't even start putting materia into my gear until like a month ago. Nope, I don't meld at all. I don't meld. I have like a fuck ton of materia because I've been farming one specific dungeon because I want to get... I've been farming Matoya's relic on my own using trust. Because I want to get the heirloom sets. I want to get the heirloom casting top, the fending top and the healing top. And I'm gonna be real with you. I've not been successful. It's been a fucking grind. It takes me 20 minutes to do it on my own around, but I want to get the heirloom the heirloom jacket of healing and offending, because I have some ideas for glams. I don't need the healing one, but I kind of want it. But I have an idea for the fending one. I need the fending set for a glam I want to make for my Dark Knight, but the problem is that I have to actually get it. And what kills me is that I've gotten like every other one. I've got maiming, I've got striking, I've got casting, and I think I have an aiming. I'm missing casting, healing, and fending. I think that's all of them. I took it out of my glamour dresser because it's getting full. So I sold the fending one a few days ago. Well, here's the thing. The gear from Matoya's relic, you can't sell it or trade it. I've looked. You couldn't give it to me anyway, so it's fine. But yeah. So probably after stream, when I'm doing my own little thing, I'm probably gonna grind that a couple more times.
I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Getting gauntlets and greaves and pants. And then like there's a jacket at the end. And yesterday, here's the funny thing. Yesterday, the very last grind of the night, I did it. I did Matoya's relic, and I was like, I beat the mother Porksy. Time to open this chest and maybe it'll be in here. It was an equestrian roll. I got the equestrian roll. That's not what I wanted. At all. I didn't even know it had one. After that happened, I was just looked at it like, I think it's time to turn off Final Fantasy. I think it's time for bed. and I have so much fucking materia because like the chests that are kind of throughout the dungeon, you either get like a jewelry, the gloves, or a materia. So I have a lot of fucking materia, like materia 7, I think, or 8. Get roasted by the game. Man, I don't think I've actually checked out the Matoya's relic gear. It's really cute. It's very similar to the Dawn Meg or Dawn Mach. The Vambrant. It's very similar to that gear. It's just recolored versions of that gear. But the reason I want the heirloom one from the Matoya one is that the default color for the Fending one, especially, is white. Whereas the default one for the other one, which is like I think a 74 dungeon in Shadowbringers, is like red. It's like Vabrant. It's like Dawn Meg or something like that is the name of the Shadowbringers dungeon. That's the sets. So I want to get the relic. I want to get the Matoya's relic one as well because both my Dark Knight is closer to 80 than 74. So that's why I also want to get it. Anyway, I say this when most likely than not, it's going to be overtaken by the Yorha set because I have the Yorhas. And that's another thing I'm going to be grinding. I'm going to be trying to grind the remaining glams from the near raids, which that's something I want to do. And then, so I have to do Copied Factory and then I have to do Puppet's Bunker because the Fending top for Puppet's Bunker, I want that one too for a glam. I need that one. Fuck, right, I need to do the near raids. Yes. So, most likely tomorrow, just saying, most likely tomorrow, we're gonna go glam grinding. We're gonna go glam grinding because I have a problem. It's going to be a boring stream. Suffer with me. It's gonna be boring. But you know what? If you come with me, we'll be probably doing fuck it, I'd come. Yeah, so we're gonna probably do some glam grinding. We're gonna probably do some near raids maybe. And hopefully we get our glams. Hopefully we get our glams. The near one's gonna be a more painful grind. Trust. It's gonna be a more painful grind. That being said, if I still have to grind Matoya's relic, at least I can probably get through it faster if I've got a party and I can unsync. Because unfortunately, I can't unsync and do it all by myself. And trust with NPCs or other people require me to be synced down and thus doing it at the same pace as anybody who joins those dungeons. So that's why Matoya's relic takes 20 minutes. But I think if I had a group of people, I think I'd be able to do it. We'd be able to do it in like 5 or 10 minutes. But I don't know. Because I already know I've done it enough that I know all the mechanics for the bosses. It's kind of crazy. So long as I don't get another unremovable and unopenable 2B set in my inventory, I'm good. Honestly, I know like we can't sell that or trade that, but I feel like we should be able to. Like, I get it, but fuck. Cause yeah, I can't use it. I remember the last time I did the near raids, I got 2 of those 2B things. I didn't even fucking want them. They got in my fucking inventory. I was like, what the fuck am I gonna do with this? We'll bring Bard or Groundbreaker if needed. Well, the Puppet Bunker stuff, you can't trade the gear either. So, whatever Yorha you get, it's fucking... I want one just so I can dress up Emeliance. So yeah, if you guys get the equipment, you guys get it. Because as far as I know, you can't trade that equipment or sell it. A little part of me wants to grind my Dark Knight so that I can do the near raids with them. But I'm I'm not that great of a tank. I will not be able to do it in a fucking Alliance raid. But we'll see what happens. I'm gonna pass on everything so you get an extra chance. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Freaking just for that, T-Tam. Hold on. Just for that. Just for that. I'm gonna give you a gift sub. Hold on. Just for that. You're getting a gift sub. Just for that. Just for that. Just for that, you get a gift sub. Thank you. Even just for that. Just for that sweetness. Yeah, I'm gonna do it so I can get extra chances on my on my book. Hell yeah.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Yeah, let's get to work. Not to mention, by the time I started Endwalker, I was like on level 88. So all this experience was fucking wasted. Mum, thanks for the bonk. Alright, deeper into the maze. We did do a couple more errands around Labyrinthos, figuring out what's going on, trying to get into the Gleamer's good side. So right here we did a favor for a certain Gleaner that caught our attention. You don't have to fight me for them, don't think I am glam hunting as well. Do you want a gift sub too, Raven? Do you want a gift sub too?
A fair shot.
Here, you get a gift sub too. I'll give you a gift sub. If you mean what you say, I give you also a gift sub. Mwah. Aaronville best bun. Aaronville, my boy.
The bread is here.
He is cute.
Believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
It took me a bit to get used to his voice, but I like it.
It's Chester.
It's me.
You?
Hello.
Hello. What the hell is that?
That's for the nephew.
Oh, okay. That's for. Oh yeah. Oh.
His own little trucks.
Oh hell yeah.
And then.
Did you buy chips?
Yes.
Did you buy me a snack?
I bought us some.
You bought us? That's a great way to say you didn't.
This was on sale.
What's that?
Yeah, here, mozzarella
Oh.
sticks. They're like always never on sale.
Yeah.
So we never buy them.
Yeah.
And then both of these was the intent of sharing.
What's the other one? Oh, Reese's. That's good. What's that there? What else is there?
That was cool.
Oh, it's stuff. Oh, there's I got you an iced tea.
Thank you.
Because I bought a bunch of boba. I made sure they didn't put ice in it so it didn't get watered down. But I got you an iced tea.
That chicken is for you, by the way.
No, I don't want it.
Oh, what?
No, you can have it. Yeah. I got your nice tea.
Thank you.
Yeah, it grew on me. It took me a bit to get used to Aaronville's voice. It wasn't the voice I was expecting when he came on screen.
Yeah. Pet. Pet. Pet.
Getting
There you
head
are.
pets.
Any new revelations?
Your hands are cold.
Yeah, I was outside.
Oh.
It kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
I want to make the mozzarella sticks. Do you want some?
Yeah,
So
I'll
you
take
make
with
a
that
couple?
Gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
I was originally going to have the chicken strips and make these at the same time, but if you're not going to have that chicken, then
Yeah, you can have it. I had a
understand
bit two
catching and bringing in
bagels.
creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
yeah, these were $3 off, so I was like, yeah, we haven't had these in a year and a half.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really.
Without going into Gremlin's a very sexy voice, at least to me and
Occasionally,
some on the
we
internet.
remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose.
I think what you guys like is the accent, because he has a Southeast accent. It's hard for me to pinpoint because I'm not Southeast Asian, but he's got definitely an Asian accent, and it's a nice accent. Again, when I saw him, because of the very soft features, because of like just again the look and the features, I was not expecting this voice and this accent. I think it sounds Icelandic. Do you? That's an interesting take. Because as far as I know, his actor is Southeast Asian. I'm pretty sure his actor is Southeast Asian. And so I was like, oh, okay, it's a Southeast Asian accent. But it was it's grown on me. I do like his voice. It wasn't the accent I was expecting immediately. I think the generic Vieira accent is supposed to be Icelandic, yeah. Oh. Well, in Shadowbringers, they seemed a little bit Scottish. So that's interesting.
Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties.
Yeah, because the way he says certain words kind of reminds me of like a lot of people are saying Norwegian or Icelandic.
Norwegian?
That is interesting. Because, like, for example, the way he said duties, it's Icelandic apparently. I just checked his actual student profile. Apparently, didn't expect. I mean, just because it's supposed to be something doesn't mean the VAs hit it 100%. Huh. And now I'm thinking about it, he sounds similar to King Hubris, who is from Denmark. Oh. Again, I'm not aware of the accent. If I'm remembering, I was pretty sure the actor is Southeast Asian. But if they're not, and I'm wrong, then that's interesting. Yeah, the dude apparently speaks. Oh. Hold on. He has the same pronunciations that Hubris has. Oh, that's so intriguing. Now I've got to look up Erinvel's voice actor. Hold on. Frickin' Erinvel accent. They're so seductive. As a Norwegian. Every other race's voice lines. Male Vieira voice lines. Fucking. Mine just yells. The Vieira accent, male or female, makes me swoon so hard. I fucking love that. But I think the Vieira accent, especially Erinvel, is more Icelandic. All the Vieira men and women are voiced by people who are actually from Iceland. Oh!
You learn a thing?
Yeah. Ari Oscarsson. Oh! Maybe I just completely mistook the name. I just ran into a post on Twitter where someone's like, I feel like 14's English dub will eventually run out of accents. I like how the Vieira largely Nordic accented and the Hrothgar have Eastern Europe voices. Makes a change from the British that's pervaded the game. Someone says, don't worry, there's an entire continent in-game we haven't gone to yet called the New World. American accents, ahoy. That's going to be interesting. I wonder if that's when they'll bring the localization for 14 back to the States. I wonder. That'll be interesting. The thing is, yo, they're all gonna sound like New York. Just imagine a Catboy coming up saying meow to y'all. Okay, so Erinville. So oh wow. I'm just dumb. I thought the name reminded me of like Southeast. Okay, hold on. Web search. Oh, it's Carson. Oh, that's so cool. I learned something today. So that's Icelandic. I have a new accent I want to learn. There's a bunch of men's doing With the New World clothing looks, it's very similar to Native American. Ooh.
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
I knew that rabbit names were all Icelandic in scheme. Okay, I learned today.
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
That being said, I think what people like is the accent.
What
It's
could
a
a
nice voice,
facility
though.
subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
It's 1,000 the accent for me.
Possibly.
Oh.
I wasn't afforded an explanation.
I wasn't afforded an explanation. I wasn't afforded. Afforded. The placement of T. Afford. Very short. Very like. It's like. I wasn't afforded an explanation. Interesting. That is very interesting.
But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research.
Out. Doubt. A very strong O. Very strong O in that OU. Doubt. Almost Canadian. Out. Which, to be fair, a lot of Canada has a lot of, a good bit of British and, you know, your Swedish, your Denmark, and your Norwegian. So that can be, the bit of Scandinavia and Iceland that is also present in Canada can also explain the O in the Canadian accent. That O. That doubt. Judging. There's when it comes to consonants, requisition, like requisition, there's qui, like very quick. The vowels are kind of quick, except for OU where it kind of extends the E. The T's are very like points almost.
I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure
could
serve as reliable sources of sustenance.
The consonants are
They're
quick.
comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Quality. See? Quality. The T's are very quick. Quality. Didn't come from the learn linguistic things, but here for it. They seem to always have an upward. Yes! Yes! Yes, Mom! It has an upwards inflection a lot of the time. Almost like a valley girl. Oh, wow. Like again, the word quality ooh, and purify. Like the way there's a little quickness to like certain itties, like, and you pick up on it. Also, why I knew it was Iceland. Oh. And again, the T is like a point. It's like the T has just a subtle, and then it's like done. We give it the and done, almost like a, but you know. I'm learning. It's accent study. Oh, it's so cool.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable
Yes,
assumption.
the T and the D. Now, here's the thing. The T and the D, that is what made me think it might have been like Southeast Asian, like almost Indian. Because now we all know what a stereotypical Indian accent sounds like. And we're going to get more into the Middle Eastern Indian accents when we go into Thavnir. But there were little bits here and there because there's a similar thing there, especially with Indian, in how the T and D sounds are almost interchangeable. So that's what kind of tripped me up when it came to Aaronville's accent. That's why I couldn't place it, because it was like, it reminds me of this, but there's something about it that's not quite that. And it left me on the fence. With the other Vieira, it felt definitely more northern from England, obviously, which was why I was thinking somewhere in between Irish and Scottish, but I wasn't sure either. But knowing now that it's like Icelandic, Scandinavian, Nordic, that makes so much more sense. No wonder why his voice was hard for me to mimic. With my accent, I slur my T's into D's, don't even pronounce them. Yeah, and you kind of, they're there for emphasis and puncture. And punctuation, so, whew.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the forum's plans.
Through our tasks. Tasks. Again, there's tasks. Tasks. You hear it? Because, like, when we say the word tasks, we say tasks. But he says tasks. Forums. Forums. Yeah. Forums. Forums. He says forums. Yeah. Oh, my God. Forums. Like, again, it's kind of like doubts. Like, when anything with an O is when there's a vowel and it's preceded by an O, it seems to elongate the O. Oh my God. I love it. I love studying accents. I'm sorry I'm nerding out again. I love this. I live for this. I love it because because at some point I want to be able to do that with my voice. I want to learn accents. Forums. Forums. Tasks. Duties. Qualities. I love it. Love it. Keep speaking.
Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations.
Requisitions. 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 The way he says that. I'm now very aware of the rather thick southern drawl I can drop into and how I pronounce things while doing it. Oh.
Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Love it.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Porters. 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 The New York accent, especially the upstate version, we tend to ignore the inner consonants in order to overpronounce the vowels, which is why you'll sometimes hear a New Yorker say water and dog instead of water and dog. I get that. We're talking like Ozark Hill folkfic. Wow. Porters. There's porters, there's poltes, and then there's porters. Ah. I'm freaking out like for everything he says.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
He said warned instead of varned. What's odd about his accent is you can hear the W sound instead of a V. He said warned instead of varned. God, he's so pretty. Sorry he distracted me. He is very, very pretty. I've seen a lot of fan art of him, and he is very good. I like looking at him. They were like, you want bunny boys? We'll give you bunny boys. Canon be damned. No one cares about canon. They're everywhere now. Thank God. Alize seems eager to get underway. So we do a couple more errands to try to figure out how to figure out what's going on. We find a weird flower.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Yeah, Male Mikote used to be against canon.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
Y'all want bunny boys? Bet about to make all y'all question your sexuality. It only reaffirmed mine. I love dick.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Sigh. I have things to say about this thing once Endwalker is done. You know, the first time I saw this cutscene, I found it so unnecessary, but coming back to it, I really enjoy it.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
This thing. I have things to say about that thing once Endwalker is done.
Of interest?
My reaction at the time was, oh, so this is very important. Got it. I see it now has a little stop to smell the roses. Now, I think I know what you might be saying, what might want to say about this, Mom, and yeah, we'll hopefully remember this point whenever we finish the Endwalker, and we talk about, like, things. I don't mind how they handled this. Because this flower, essentially, what did they tell us? Did this flower catch your attention? Yeah, it's pretty neat. It looks like this because it's a it's a rare breed of flower. No one seems to know where it came from. Even though it lasts a long time, it's again pretty rare. And it changes color according to the moods of the people around it. We don't know why it does that, though. I just like one specific detail that they use that threw me way out of track. Oh.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Meanwhile,
isn't that the entrance to the Arcane?
And there's our bunny boy.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
Do you mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Is it already that time? Yes.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
Now, to be fair, I did Thavnir. Now, I think... Answer me this, Mum. Did you do this part first, or did you do Thavnir first? Because I did Thavnir first. And I think because I did Thavnir first... Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. So, when I did Thavnir first, we learn about we're gonna learn about something in Thavnir. I'm not gonna spoil, but we're gonna learn about something in Thavnir that when I did this and we saw that flower, I was like, oh, it's like that one person said in Thavnir. And I think that might be also why I liked it more. I didn't mind. I didn't have an issue.
This is mine, right?
Yes, that was yours. I haven't tried this. It should just be probably fruity pulp because it's just tea. But yeah, we'll get to it. I know what you're thinking of. You aren't gonna expect the thing I noticed. That was definitely just a coincidence. Okay, maybe. But yeah, no. This just tells you that yeah, there's a thing that exists that reacts to people's emotions. We don't know why. I did the same thing, but I did Charlian first. Oh.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
What's it taste like?
It might be best if you came along as well.
I think the last one I got was fruity tea.
all...
This one's black lemon iced tea. Oh, that's really lemony. Here you go. That's really lemony. I think it might need a little bit more sugar.
You will have cheese stick in 6 minutes. 7 minutes.
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Carl, sweetie, are you okay?
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Alrighty, so if I know where this is going, we have to follow Erenville, but we can't get him in trouble. So throughout through a bit of running around, we eventually decide the only way we can sneak up on him is if we kind of blend in. Y'shtola transforms us into frogs. Live frog react. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands.
Unending demands. The way he says that last bit was also kind of like tripped me, making me think that it might have been like almost some sort of Indian or Hindi. Oh my god, they modded an actual thing for them to hold. They modeled, yeah, they did. Before, it was so weird to see them just kind of look at their hands. So I like that they started taking this approach and actually was like, let's put something there so that they can look at it.
We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
I like this too, because it's like, what do the Gleaners do? Exactly what it says in the tin. They go around, they collect and observe. They glean, and study, and in this case, they use that in essence. They travel around, they grab shit, and they use that for study. Never realized that was specifically modeled. So, and it's all for the basis of learning and research, and to also grow this. But yeah, they're being told, get this, get that, work together, do this, do that. Erenville's been given, like he says, another lengthy list. So the first list of things, they've been doing a lot of shit. And when you first come across the Gleaners, they're all stressing out, they're all tired. Someone let go a bunch of mammoths and you gotta go fucking grab them before they fuck shit up. They're under a lot of stress and pressure. And Erenville's just like, what the fuck's going on? Can you explain to us why we're doing this? You guys won't tell us. Because, and that's the thing, to be fair too, when you help him out, the Scions kind of point out, they're making you do some weird things to not tell you why you're doing it. To which Erenville's like, you're right, maybe I'll inquire about that. So it's just like, yo, what the fuck? You're exploiting us at this point. You're overusing us. You're pushing us too far. You want us to do everything immediately, and what's up? God, he's pretty.
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty.
Heckin' for making us do overtime. That's pretty much it. They're on overtime crunch.
Days hangs heavy in the air. The time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
Unpaid overtime. He distracted me so much when I was playing.
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
He is very distinctive.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
It's just like, you know what? Not when you say that, I'll listen to you for now. But you better do something about how you're treating us. You're making us work too hard. If we start protesting, you're fucked. If we go on strike, you'll be hearing from our union. You'll be hearing from our union.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the forum.
Thank you. I think this is where everybody falls in love with Erenville.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
First time Warrior of Light spoke and it was frog noise. I love the silent sigh like, by Thaliak, don't let this come back to bite me. And that's where I'm pretty sure this is the cutscene where everybody fell in love with Erenville. Because again, Erenville, he's like, I'm just a dude doing my work. Just a dude doing my work. Oh man, thanks for helping. Just a dude doing my work. Yeah, you point that out, that you have a good point there. I'm gonna go do my work. Okay, asshole, you're exploiting us and we're gonna fucking go on strike if you don't explain to us what's going on here. You can't explain right now? Okay. We'll keep working because I want to believe you. but you at least better do something about the current situation, because we're being pushed too far. You can't trick me with that bullshit toad shit. Good try though. Like bro, I've studied wildlife for like 100 years. You can't fool me. Pretty much is that last bit. It's just like, are you serious? You trying to fool the gleaner here? I look at frogs all day for fun. Oh, thank you.
These will be hot.
Here, hold on, take this plate. I already had a plate, so
Well, now this one's dirty anyways.
I had a plate here from my bagels, and it was just like, wait, you can just put my share of the sticks on the thing. But yeah, no, he's like, dude's been studying wildlife for God knows how long. It's like, he knows what the frog and what's not. Good shit. Guide of sorts. I kind of want something to drink, so I'm gonna take a quick minute to grab a Diet Pepsi. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm getting thirsty. Alrighty. Now that we figured out what's happening, let's we eventually get caught at. I think we get caught. Do we get caught? I think we do. Meanwhile, Cryle. Oh yeah, we gotta look for Cryle, that's why. They're like, where the fuck is Cryle?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body.
Oh, fuck, yeah. Hold on, one more. Okay, that wasn't as good. There it goes. I'm sorry. I was so thirsty, and this Diet Pepsi just destroys me. And these are spicy! Like a little bit. I was thinking if I should open my can of marinara to dip these in, but I think I'll be fine.
They're not hot anymore.
No, but they're spicy. Thing is, the gleaners could probably wipe the floor with half the forum. They have to go out into the world. Wildlife, the world. Into the wilderness, and capture fauna alive like monster hunters. They probably certainly are able to throw a pretty hard punch. Yeah, no. I wouldn't fuck with a gleaner. I'd fuck Aaronville. I wouldn't get fucked by him. Other way around. Other way around. I don't want to fuck with Aaronville. I want to be moving on.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
Heidelin has lost so much of her power. She can't even manifest like she did a couple hours ago. She's like, I can't. I have to. Cryle gave her consent. That's all you need to worry about.
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wish that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
So Minfilia is super dead, guys. She's dead as dicks. Don't worry though, she's back in the
And
source.
another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Slightly side note, because she points out that again, like, Minfilia died in the first. Hydaelyn took her soul from the first and brought her back to the source. And it's funny because I know not everyone here watches Kinky Mation streams, but occasionally I watch her streams where she plays 14, and I don't think she's done Endwalker yet. And I missed some of her playing Shadowbringers, but I remember when they were doing Patch Heavensward that they were like, Minfilia is totally gonna come back. She's too important. They're not gonna kill Minfilia. She's too important. Yeah. Sure. Sure. So important they did it twice. Okay, let's keep going.
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will.
Let's take the flower. It's a pretty flower, isn't it?
That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction.
I am the pinnacle of Madam. My nose. Jester's looking at me so judgmentally. He's judging me. I get him iced tea and he judges me.
I get you cheese sticks.
I know, and they're spicy.
You had them before and you said they were fine.
I did me.
What?
I think it's the Pepsi's, not like. I think the Pepsi's like exacerbating it. Well, if you want to be technical, it was more because of all the children Minfilia possessed in the first. Yeah. So important, she died a handful of times. At least 5.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Foreshadowing.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine. Till the end, blinding and radiant.
Flower.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was, once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Hydaelyn herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
Carl's the only one that's important that has the echo aside from us. Aravel doesn't count, and Vordola and Xenos have it artificially.
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
I probably would have dipped these in pizza in marinara.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Okay, yeah, we got caught. There we go. So it was a slight spoiler, but yeah, we get caught.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
So we didn't get this cutscene because it was unvoiced. And so far, I'm actually really surprised that a lot of these cutscenes were cut from the collection, because there's a lot of unvoiced cutscenes up to this point, like a lot. But to be fair, it's not super duper important when I really think about it. It's mostly just prepping and building, going over shit we've already done. Excuse me. God. God.
Yeah?
The demons are leaving me. Caffeine-free Diet Pepsi is like the blood of Christ. It cleanses my soul and body. Thank you, Jesus. Anywho. Yo, if anybody ever had a burping fetish, they would be my biggest fan, because that's all I fucking do in these goddamn streams. But at some point, we tried to get to the lower level before we started helping Aaronville. And the person, and they kind of did a little zoom in on them. It was an in-game cutscene, while this is like a cutscene. And it kind of zoomed in on them, and it was like, yeah, odd, something like that. Where they were suspicious of us, so that person ratted us out.
A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
Where's your stupid hat?
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city.
Foreign? Ooh. Well, consider this, Raven. He just disowned his kids. And to them, the Scions are a foreign organization. So, even if most of the people here, and to be fair, I could be wrong. I know the twins were born in Sharlayan. Grahal was not. I don't think Y'shtola was, and neither was Thancred. So, with the exceptions of Urianger, the twins, maybe Y'shtola, and excuse me, and Cryle is more of a student of Baldessian over a Scion. No, we're foreign. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are a foreign entity, not created native to Sharlayan, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, I understand why he's using foreign in this context.
As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Oh yeah, we just like never took Graha with us. Graha was like too busy reading books, and he was like, yo, I can get into this like... I can get into this area that has a lot of books. Hopefully I don't get caught, but I could get there. The Scions are a creation of Grandpa Louis Sois, if I remember correctly, in Eorzea. And that's the thing. In Eorzea. Keywords. In Eorzea. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn were not formed. Were not formed and established in Sharlayan. They're not a Sharlayan organization. They are an Eorzean organization. Even if there are Sharlayan natives in the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, like Grandpa Louis Sois, even though it was founded by a Sharlayan, it was not founded in Sharlayan. And that's enough for them. Excuse me.
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Why do you even have it then? If I can't go in it, what's the point? I love that. The restricted section of the library. Graha went into the naughty section of the library. Now he's getting spanked. Freaking Sharlayan all about read a book, bitch. They all about read a book. And he's like, yes, we will be the first to tell you read a book. You going to read a book? Fuck yeah, man. You go read that fucking book. I'm gonna go read a book with you. They fucking go hard for reading books. But unfortunately, they have a restricted section of the library. If anyone is to call out any weird bullshit in Sharlayan, true holders of wisdom might ask, the average Ulden citizen could run circles around you for Chanel. How is it that a city of knowledge has restricted access to a certain part of the library? I don't get it. Restricted section. That's where they found him.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Yeah. When we left Graha, he was reading tomes. And I'm pretty sure he made mention of an area that is restricted that he thinks he can get into. Well, he got into it. Got fucking caught. Got caught in the restricted section.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Yeah, I just saw it, Dan. It looks amazing. Time to bail Graha out of prison. Ah, man. It's time to fucking... Time to plead our case to the council. The council will now decide our fate. Stop, we're here, Graha. How'd you get fucking caught?
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
As the wise Archon Louis Livior said, fuck around and find out. You got distracted by Balayaron. Also, the cutscene angers me because they take your Warrior of Light's headgear off. Oh yeah. I have glasses on, so I'm fucking
Master Fortuner,
blind.
would you be so kind as to restate
Polo's
the matter
blind.
which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Damn, he used malcontents. We're assholes that are angry. They take it off so that they can see your face.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances.
They took off my bandages. I was blind to begin with, but still
involved
rude.
with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
Militants.
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
The warmongers. Forehead there has a wow. Forehead there has a thesaurus. We're fucking warmongers, militants, and malcontents. Holy fuck, sir! You just called us like 5 different things, and we just started the meeting. You want to call us? You want to call us disowned disappointments as well?
You have
Damn, even
tarnished
Kryl
the
wasn't
good name
spared.
of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Oh, the good name of the students. Oh, saying her grandfather would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
She'd be like, "You don't know my granddaddy. Fuck you." I love Kryl's
Even if
ponytail.
this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
She's. Oh fuck! I forgot about that one. Like, yikes, bro! You did not insult the dead. The fucking audacity to call out someone's dead relative. Yeah, no, that one. Like, I don't know Galuf. We just know that it's her grandfather, a friend of Louis Sois, and they formed the Students of Baldessian. But like, again, for them to be just like, your grandfather would be ashamed of you if he saw what you've been doing, and using the students to cover it up. And she's like, fuck you, fuck you. You don't know my granddaddy. So you don't know my granddaddy. She's like, yeah, shut your fucking face.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front.
Kryl be like the Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch when you have a Hrothgar, huh?
Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Polo, I can't see. Why did they take my glasses? I can't see.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
I will say, Graha's better side is not the side of clipped hair. I liked his older hairstyle where it just kind of all framed his face nice and cute.
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
They really did piss off. First a potato yells at them to check their damn facts, and now a blind woman that could literally kill all of them with a single meteor has thrown them for a tizzy. They really did piss off the worst people.
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
I wouldn't have questioned any of the stuff had I not for 100 years ran my own fucking city.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted.
Like any one of the Scions could wipe everyone here and no one could stop them.
No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
Essentially, Raven, what you're trying to say, and I don't know how many people are going to get the reference, but we can Order 66 the Forum to make them turn into Central 46. We can Central 46 the Forum. We can turn the Forum to Central 46 really, really quick. But we chose not to.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Yes. For those that don't get it, it's a Bleach reference. Yeah, and to explain the Bleach reference, in Bleach, in Soul Society, there is a group of 46 individuals that essentially form the high government of Soul Society. And for lack of a better term, and lack of better explanation, they're like the Forum. They have debates, they make discussions, they make rules, they vote on it, yay or nay. And they go, the Soul Senate, essentially, yes, the Soul Senate. Just like the Forum here is kind of the Senate. So, and in Bleach, they all get murdered by Aizen. They all get killed, all of them, every one of them. And it's through Aizen killing all of Central 46 where he is then able to manipulate them. Where he is able to then manipulate it, making it seem like they're all still alive. And then when it came to Rukia getting arrested and sentenced to death, he decided that. When they said Central 46 has decided that Rukia is to be executed, that wasn't Central 46. They were already fucking dead. Aizen did that. And that was his whole plan. So when I say we can turn the Forum into Central 46, I'm saying we can kill all of them. We can kill them all. Wait, that motherfucking weekend at Bernie, that motherfucker weekend at Bernie, the whole fucking Senate? Yes. Yes, he did. Oh my god, he did. By the start of Bleach and us meeting Ichigo, Central 46 has been dead for years. Yes. Central 46 been dead. It was all part of Aizen's plan to get the Hokyoku. So Sasuke Aizen plays the longest of long games. And now the fucker can live forever. Now that fucker ain't dying anytime soon. But yeah. Aizen killed the Senate. He became the Senate. He is the Senate. He became the Senate. He killed them all right under their fucking nose. And honestly, now if only he played a slightly longer one to not have Ichigo. Yeah. Kind of didn't super factor in for Ichigo. It worked out, but it also didn't factor him. Then Watch You Walk would have killed him. Yeah. That being said, before we get off off of Bleach, like, you would think, how does this guy fucking eliminate an entire fucking senate of people and it goes completely under the radar for years? It's because Aizen's power, the power his sword can do, is illusions. Once you've seen the sword, you will fall for its illusions. And that's how he was able to pretty much keep it up. Because there are certainly other instances where people have been like, Central 46, we've seen it, they're dead. All fake. Aizen's power was scary as fuck.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives.
Frickin' the Dravanian branch of Penn State collecting tuition to frickin' funnel their underground bunker.
Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene.
What y'all spending all this money on
Returning to the
for?
matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Mm-hmm.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
You can't factor for every then yeah. Graha's here like, and I have receipts. Graha, certified forensic accountant. Mm-hmm. Got freaking caught. Yeah, he's just like, wait a minute though. You guys were on a steady course, there was trends, and suddenly you guys started doing this shit. Down there, that Labyrinthos has only been there for 200 some years. Used to just be a fucking storehouse. What the fuck y'all doing? What the fuck y'all doing with all this money? What the fuck you doing with all the tuition you collect? Why is it all going here? Why is this so important? Why has this been so important for the past 200 something years? And then Y'shtola's like, wait a minute. Around that time that they started doing that, they looked into the ethereal sea. Something happened here. We also recently learned from Heidelin, who just took over Kryl, that her presence, her communication, is most greatest in the ethereal sea. What happened? What happened? And someone tried to speak. Shut up. If you had seen. And then he can't speak anymore. You're all a warmongering menace that needs to be expelled from Sharlayan. Oh yeah? Then why do I have these motherfucking receipts? Get freaking caught.
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
We're fucking nerds.
We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Okay, that phrase I hate.
Such misguided zeal.
We will do it with no bloodshed, bitch. Even Switzerland prepared for war.
Father, Master Fortuno.
You're disowned, remember?
I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
Arnvald gave his legs.
So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
Damn right.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Alpha being like, I have learned that my actions have consequences! Meanwhile,
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Monteshane. Montiado.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm?
He's like, now's not the time to be like, guys, why won't you come help us? Please help us. We don't want to help you. You're gonna make things worse. Is this the time? We need to stop doing that. Stop arguing.
By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
We will have order!
So Monty's saying pretty much here, he's just like, okay guys, okay. First off, yeah, we know now, they've pretty much said it. They are going to fight the danger that's coming. That's what they are going to do. But they haven't been trying to get us on their side. They haven't been going around to the people of Charlotte being like, come fight with us, come fight with us. They haven't done that. They're here to learn and figure things out. They're collecting information. That's what we kind of do. And if someone said don't read that book, but didn't give you a reason why, you're gonna want to read it more. You're gonna think that it's something that you need to know. But Mom, if they even think about war, they'll turn into bloodthirsty savages because a lot of Marlene is really, really stupid.
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures.
Okay.
Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Charlian.
Mm-hmm.
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Considering there's a yellow quest in Charlene that is basically, I lost my keys, help me.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
And with that, they've decided whatever you guys were doing, stop it. Stop looking into what the Forum is doing and why we're doing it, or leave, or get kicked out.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
The Vieira can't wear the hats. Alrighty. Estate visitor. We go to visit Alphino's mom and Alphino's mama.
Welcome home, my lady.
As we were leaving the Forum, we saw their mom. She says, you must come home. Amelian's, oh shit, it's second best mom. And you learn the twins are fucking stacked.
What? What are you gawping at?
What the fuck are you looking at? It's a house. Bitch, this a castle. My house has always been a flat. Bitch has only ever been one floor. Ah! Just saying. She's like, what the fuck are you looking at? It's a goddamn house. I'm gonna be real with you. When I was younger, when I was really, really younger, up until like maybe 10, we lived in an apartment. It was like a 3-bedroom apartment. Or more so upper level of a house. Those houses that can hold 2 families, we lived in the top floor of a 2-family house. And then after like halfway through 4th grade, we got a house. But that was still mainly one level, and then there was a basement. So like anything that, to me, a house that had multiple floors that wasn't a basement, to me was like a castle.
Girlfriend.
I see you change the bit throws, kind of. Not really, have I? Yes?
I think I'm getting baited into buying Pokemon Coliseum for the Nintendo GameCube.
Why?
Because I almost want to try speedrunning it. But like it's $150 on eBay.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
I don't think I want to do that.
No, you don't.
Damn!
I haven't changed the bit throws, have I? It should only show bits, right? Was it different before? I know that it used to be 1x1 throws, now it's bunches. I'll look into that. Because again, the tits updated a while back, and last stream it was a little bit scuffed. But like for example, like even though I'm using V-Bridger, my model nudges to being thrown stuff now. Back then, with the older version, even though I was using V-Bridger, my model wouldn't nudge. But now it does. So, I'll look into that. There's a special one. There's a special bonker alert that I have that I think is only a thing when someone gifts 10 gifted subs. It's never happened, though. That's it. House Levier in all its grandeur. Sign headquarters must seem like squalid indeed. Just admiring the craftsmanship. It should be able to activate. I'm pretty sure I have it for when it's a certain amount of gifted subs. Ah!
The bread is here!
Oh no!
They were just about to throw all this away!
Ah.
What a waste!
Oh, you got Eric V. Yeah, Eric won. Oh, there it is. Ah. 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 Oh. Ah, ah. 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 Kinda, ah. Ah. I love having disposable income. Thank you. Ah. Ah. See, it's like a little, like a pedal shower. That each one funks, but they kind of go. Ah. Ah. The fuck is happening? It's a pedal shower. It's a pedal shower. Whenever I kind of understand where Alize is coming from. She doesn't want to be seen as a rich kid. She just wants to be Alize. I get it. House Levier in all its grandeur. House... Ah! Lumber is just popping subs tonight. Damn, thank you. Ah! Ah, ah. It's gonna keep going for a while. I have it so that it... because the petals are small and the flowers, I have it so that it throws like a lot of objects. I want to say maybe 300. Over time in like a rain shower. Alright, what will we say? House Levier in all its grandeur. Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Just admiring the craftsmanship. I think I said this one, but let's go House Levier in all its grandeur.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
She is you are spoiled.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Pointy ass fucking ears, my bro. Thank you again, Mom. I hope it was worth it.
Master
I'm still
Alpha,
tweaking
Mistress
things.
Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Early days, I tried to support them, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. She's been back in the Scions.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Thank you. Their yeet command yet this.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Just one sec. Just feel the need to move. There we go. I feel like I'm not perfectly centered. Because when Tits upgraded, I had to figure out. That's when you'll notice in my screen transition now, you'll kind of see me get bigger or smaller according to the screen I'm going to. Because I've decided to work with VTube Studio a little bit differently. Yeah.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Like Marilyn eating herself into the fucking helicopter. Hey.
Helicopter, helicopter.
That's it.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
Popper heels. I loved Alize's previous outfit, but those shoes confused me. It was like they had the bottom of the foot and then it had like a fucking like a weird cinched thing. It was weird. It was like a weird clog thing.
Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
I want those boots.
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Nah. Tell me I had something different.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore.
I can't dress you the same. And that's when you figure out. You put them in those horrible outfits?
And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
And this is where I was like, I loved you until you admitted that you dressed them in that those horrible outfits in ARR. The jacket was not it, mama. The jacket from those onesie things. The onesie was nice. The jacket was not it, mama. It's precious matching outfits.
See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Alphino's gloves kind of make me laugh though, because it's like they're half gloves. They're like half gloves that start at the bottom of the palm, and then there's like a gap between like that bottom bit of the palm and the wrist, and then it kind of becomes a half glove, and then at the top of the hand, it's got that bare bit on the back of the hand. The back of the hand is exposed, but then it's got like an armor bit. It looks good. See, Alfies, I love, to be honest, except the gloves, now that you pointed that out. She gave us Camp Regal Alpha no. And sometimes you give your brat kids bad looking clothes to humble them. Boy looking like a rich ponce. Now our boy. Our little Omega No. Our little Omega No has now become Alpha No. Looking like a rich kid.
I'm so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
They're like, yo, we gotta fucking gender unlock the fucking butler clothes.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Damn, she do be cleaning out the closet.
Though
Hell
he
yeah.
may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless.
I love Alize's boots. I want those boots.
Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
Forehead must have really pissed her off with that. I'm taking your shit and I'm giving it to our son. Our son. No, my son. You disowned him. They're still my children. Taking your soul crystal too. Give me that shit. Kids learn their asshole father wasn't always an ass. She's a badass. He's a ponce with lasers.
And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Also because this costs a damn fuck ton of money, and I'll be damned if it does nothing for the rest of your life collecting dust on a shelf. Ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. Them bitches expensive.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
If there was a rich family that I could compare the Leveilleurs to, because they're fucking rich. Look, he badmouth mercs, he needs to be more humble. What's a good rich family we could compare?
May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Tom Cruise's family?
We will, Mother.
No.
I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work.
An observation. Your father was always serious, but it was only after you two were born that he lost himself to his work. That whatever his work, whatever the end goal of his work was, it involved you two, and it felt imperative that he complete it.
I may not know the forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words.
Second, you can't talk to him. You will not get through to him with words. I still feel they put this much I still feel that they put this much effort into Forehead after they realized just how much the FF community hated him once he disowned them.
Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions. After they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Did eBay kill old accounts? Because I could have sworn I had one, but I can't log into anything.
I couldn't tell you, dude. Mom literally just said, do whatever you need to do, but remember ACAB. She was like, don't try to talk to your father. It's not gonna work. He will not listen to you. He will though listen to your actions. Once they've been done and he can do nothing about them. I'd say the best way to do it is to try to sign up with try to make another account with your email. And if it says no, then maybe you just forgot the password. But I think maybe after an eBay account is like super duper duper inactive, it fucking cans it. But I also don't think so. I don't think they do. Try to see if like you forgot your password or something.
No, like every email I put in, it's like, this does not have an account.
Oh. You might have to create a new one then.
I guess.
Yeah. She literally said ask for forgiveness, not permission. Pretty much. I love this scene because Fortuno was never supposed to be a villain, just an antagonist. Exactly. And that's what I got too. Like when I saw what Fortuno did, I thought it was an asshole thing to do. But I was like, there's gotta be more though. There must be more to it. Yeah. Because again, nowhere do like the twins speak badly of their father. And then we don't hear much about their mother.
We notice that your eBay account has been active for a certain period of time. To protect your account and personal data, we'll close your account.
Ah.
So they closed my account because I haven't been on eBay for like
that's fair.
Fucking 2 years.
That's fair.
Okay.
But yeah. And it was that thing again, like when he did come in and he was like, I'm happy to see you guys. I'm happy you guys are here. Your mother misses you. Blah, blah, blah. And you're like, he's a good dad. And then he disowns them. And then he disowns them and you're like, there's a reason here. Something's going on here. So I never truly hated the father from the start. I thought he was an asshole. But that's okay. It was like, we're probably gonna see their mom, if their mom's still alive, which turns out that yes, she was. And I think we're gonna like his mom. Their mom. Yeah, but but at the end of Shadowbringers, the community crucified the man. We really overly hated him. Some of the things for the redemption feel a bit out of place. Nah. But now that we've done that, Endwalker's long. Endwalker's long. But now it's time to meet the bros in Thavnir. And I think... Hold on. Alright. For Thavnir bound... Jewel of Thavnir. I'm just trying to see where's a good place for us to stop. The color of joy. Alrighty. I think we're gonna try to go through the Thavnir chapter, and I think that's where we're gonna call it. And something tells me that Endwalker is gonna be a couple streams. But let's go. Thavnir bound. It's time to meet up the boys We head towards Thavnir.
Right, we're all set.
Now here's the problem. We need to get to Thavnir. But, it would take too long to go by ship. And unfortunately, none of us are attuned to anywhere in Thavnir that would allow us to get there. Except for Estinian. So Estinian can just meet us at the Aetheryte. So what do? Well, thankfully, because it's fucking Sharlayan, and these people are constantly trying to figure out and discover and invent new things, there's a group of people who are studying traveling through like the life stream. We go into a little bit of how like Aetheryte transportation works, and essentially it's like traversing the life stream, the ethereal scene, not so much, but it's like traveling the life stream. Problem is, it only works from point A to point B because of they explain the ether currents and traveling, and I can't do it much justice, but trust me when I say they explain it well. Boys' night, woo woo. Please tea Tam with Thancred, Urianger, and Estinian. This is girls' night. But essentially, the way they work is that point A and point B are connected. Well, what do you do when point A and point B are connected through the conduit? I'm not sure if it's a good explanation, but they explain it. So what they've essentially done, though, is they're experimenting a way to travel from Aetheryte to Aetheryte for people who might have never attuned. They've never tested it on people. So you are guinea pigs. These people are, or at least used to be, led by Moonbreeda's parents. They aren't there. Urianger has been trying to talk to them, but has been bitching out at the last moment. This was another one of those moments where he was going to do it. And while he did not bitch out, fate bitched out for him. But yeah, I wish I could properly explain the whole like ether thing, but it's pretty well explained. We're gonna go to Thavnir, even though we've never attuned to it through this technology. It only works through them, until we attune, obviously. And they say we don't know what's gonna happen.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please? Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Fucking rip. Oh yeah, you might also like get super fucking car sick. Bye! So, we've teleported from here. Weep. And here we are. Yeah. Pretty neat, huh?
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads Athan. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
And here we are.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
It's like, there's the ethereal sickness.
What chance?
Oh, Daddy Ange. Daddy Ange has no constitution.
Against such an insidious foe.
He has no constitution. I love him. There he is, the man I love. Thavnir. Nat 1 con save. Yep, there you go. That's right. That's it right there. That's a con save. He failed the con save. Bro, we're the -4 on the roll.
I've seen fairer
Bro got a
faces
-4.
after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
I love how Rianji is just in that position. Like, no.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Yeah? What did it say?
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
So be it. I will stop him. Bro's just be trying to not get overstimmed on a school trip. So unfortunately, we have to go and do that. And actually wait. No, that was it. So this is where we go find Estinian, and he was about to get swindled because he doesn't know what's a good deal or not. He's bad with money. To be fair to Estinian, he was raised since boyhood to be an Azure Dragoon at practically carte blanche with what they can do. Yeah, so he wasn't trained to utilize money, and apparently Emmerich was not a good friend in that aspect either. So Estinian gets ripped off. Not with the elixirs, because we reach him in time. But he was ripped off in terms of paying for a very expensive hair tie. It is what it is. Bad with money. That's a steal, he says. Yeah, it is. Emmerich probably ain't much better than the rich boy. The boreal coffers are deep. Alrighty. Almost 500 gil K strand of fucking rope. Yep. But this is to show that right now, this place is the Bounty. It's rich. It's plentiful. Very rich country. Must be having some hard times if you're trying to swindle people out of paying 500 fucking thousand gil for a goddamn hair tie. What the fuck's going on with your economy? Well, found out that the end of days and those towers have really been fucking up exports. We also meet some elephant guys, some elephant people. And they're really neat. Until some stuff happened and We see all this. We hear we're gonna go meet Nadana, and it's like, oh. But here they are.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests.
A little wibbly tail.
You must excuse the
900
poor
gil hair
welcome.
tie.
Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
The babby. Say hello to the babby.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends.
Fucking workaholics.
Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
God, I forgot how awesome Thavnir's music is. Yeah, ADHD nerds being told his new fidget toys. Yeah, those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Accursed. The accursed tower. I love the Indian accent. It's very, very nice. And this I immediately picked up. I was like, there it is. There's that Indian, Hindi, almost like Bollywood English. There it is. There's that Eastern Indian.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Who are you people? Like, what? Wait a minute. Hi, we're here to look for Nadana.
Of course. You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
I love her so much, the precious.
Curious that it concerns you so.
Why do you care where we get dragon scales from?
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
He's like, did you fuckers kill a dragon?
as well.
No. We legally have a we legally have a bond with one.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Alchemists are
Cease your
scary.
shoving, or so help me.
Oh, nothing. This emanates such Hildebrand energy. Yes. They've learned from
dear,
Hildebrand.
Your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival?
My colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
They're just like, wait a minute, we got dragon scales, you're covered and infused with dragon blood. Can we please? It's like our name days all came in at once.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Yes.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress
smiles
Cryo.
so good.
We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Say hello to Nadana. She is wife and mom and best girl. Elephant. She is elephant. Why is this elephant so precious? You know what's really cute too? So in between the first bit and this one, you meet a little fisher elephant man. His name is called Matsya, and he's a very shy fisherman boy. And he goes to this one dude that owns the big market in one of the big markets in Thavnir, and he's like, I got fish for you to sell. I've got some fish for you to sell that I got, cause he would fish. I gotta sneeze. He's like, I'm here with more fish. Can you sell my fish? And the guy that owns the, I can't remember his name right now, but the guy that would sell his fish along with other people's thing, he was like, fuck, Matsya, I really would love to, but I can't. We're kind of gripe right now with the economy and everything, with all this going on. I'm really sorry. You're gonna have to find a way to sell your own fish. And you help him. You help him try to sell his fish. And you do a couple things. And eventually, you tell him that you're looking for Nadana. And he's like, oh, you're looking for Nadana? Oh my god. I heard that she's really, really cute. She's got her ears are so round and adorable, and she's got these big black eyes that you can just fall and drown in. And I love it because when you go into the quest, it says this: Nadana regards you with those eyes you could drown in, and it's so funny. He has a huge crush on her. I got 2/3 of the fish sales fucked up on the last one. Yo, same. I was doing the quest, and I fucked up the last one. And the reason I fucked up the last one is because, if I'm remembering correctly, he wanted to preserve fish. He wanted something preserved, and you had to tell him that you had fish to preserve. But yeah, I fucked up on the last one too. It's fine. Alrighty. Yeah, I got the first 2 sales were easy. Yeah, you're thinking he wants fresh fish, but he wanted preserved fish. It seems to be a universal fuck up, because I did too. Yeah, I don't think it was translated properly. Because he was like, I'm readying for now, and you need to tell him that like Matia has like dried fish or something.
Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
Yeah.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
Welcome to the Dancers Auditorium. What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzat-Han. Long ago, this island was home to 2 tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnir altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
Also, Squeak, want me to make you hate something? Elephant idol animations are the male Miko animations. Exaggerated, yes, but the same. That makes sense, actually. I see it.
The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Razad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
Yeah, one of them is an Aether quest, and at some point I'm gonna do that quest line, but yeah.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Meanwhile,
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Yep. Van fucking Daniel. I love Van Daniel. Love him. Like, dude's a freaking clown, and I love him. Alrighty. Where's that theater kid go? So we help in some of their trial experiments. Run around and do more errands in Razad Khan. I mean, over here, because we're not at Razad Khan yet. We're trying to get into Razad Khan. I loved seeing all the Aura here, all the Ryan Aura, because you only saw them in Sui no Sato, and it was so disappointing. Yeah, no worries, T10. Thanks for coming by.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Also, I just want to say that we have not seen Stadium for a couple hours now, and we have no fucking idea where he is. It's fine. The alchemist got him. There he is. He's fine.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Tavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault.
Thanks.
That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
Orgy.
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
We've all wanted to do something like... Have you ever just wanted to do something really bad and take a bunch of people with you? Maybe once.
There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope. And no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Or sometimes you're just really depressed and nothing works. Daddy Andre, you didn't need to go all philosophical. You want a smoothie? Let's get a smoothie.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear.
Yeah.
Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
I'll admit I've had some intrusive thoughts. There are some thoughts that I've had in the past that I'm like, that's very bad. But what would happen? And like, you're never gonna do it because it's bad. But have you ever wondered? You know? Human brain is a fucked up piece of technology. It really is. It's like, you can form hypotheses and theories of what would happen if you did such thing here that is pretty bad if you actually did it. Don't you ever just want to do a field study? Okay. Never mind.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Yeah. One day you're hunky-dory and then next day your brain is, hey, let's slam our head in the drawer. Sometimes it's not always about hurting yourself.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
Yes. Thank you, Daddy Anche.
Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
You got better. I was just choosing one that wouldn't get me or in the channel in trouble. Yeah, it's no worries. Thought I saw something.
What is it? What did you see?
God, I love my outfit.
Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last. Excuse me. Thank you.
They done it.
Look, we have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments.
So, one of the experiments they had you do was they had a cute little lamp bounce around, and as when you got far enough, it would dispel a fuck ton of ether. Like the same amount of ether that would say is expelled before someone gets tempered. Or the enough amount of ether that could temper somebody. And it's like, can you resist this? Alright. Let's keep going. And try to essentially make a talisman that can essentially not break under that much ether. By the way, you can get that lamp as a minion. Fuck yeah.
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Yeah.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field.
We need to make sure it works. In the tests it seems successful, but we're not sure in the field.
It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, you needn't ask. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do
I
this?
love how rude you can be.
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
She is like, I'm going to test it out because we need to know if it works on the field. If it doesn't, then we're back to the drawing board. And they're like, are you sure? Are you sure that you want to be the one to test this? And she's like, how can we give this to people and tell them to trust it if we don't trust it? True science is right there. Fucking getting lab rats. Fuck getting lab rats. I'm gonna do it myself. Exactly. And here's the thing. We don't know how we don't know how the towers have captured beastmen like they have, because we saw it in when our Involved and Fordola came to the tower. They had the Amalja like hooked up on walls and shit. I mean, if she's tempered, we have a cure for that. She gets tempered. But if she gets caught, we don't know about that yet.
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
And then someone pointed out earlier about their, hold on. Their arms go up to, can we talk about how stubby elephant legs are in comparison to their arms? I mean, around where that mid-flower is on Adana's dress is around where her legs start. So yeah, stubby definitely in comparison to the arms, but it's not like they start where the dress ends, you know? It's not that bad. Her hips are about where that center flower is. Alrighty. We have the added factor of some Imperials here capturing Arcasadora. Yeah. We know that some of them have been going missing. Oh yeah, no, it's not that bad, but in comparison when you see it, yeah.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Can you see the talisman moving in her hands? The way it's the whatever it's anchored to, it's moving just a little bit. Oh my god, it is.
Any moment now. It's working. And you?
Fuck, why didn't
you
I
are still
see
yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fades closer to the tower if we could.
It like moves, like it like rocks back and forth in her hand. It's because of how it's anchored to her model. It's really funny. It's really funny.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
See, now it's not moving. That's funny. I noticed it in patch content, but not Endwalker itself.
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
Yeah, it works.
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up in secrets.
It works. Awesome. I bet it was to show the collision of the boat mixed with her models moving. Oh, fuck. Oh, we gotta go in there. Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal. Yeah, these towers, It's bigger on the inside, is what it is. It's bigger on the inside.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
I can be a kid making torture dramatic. Yep, now she's in it.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
It looks so big in our when like our size touches it.
The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old. What are you talking about? Patrons. I can't remember which one I asked, so let's go patrons of old. No.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
I think I said the second one, but I think you still get this later part here.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The Old.
You fucked around with Allegan things, right?
At your service.
There we go. What's up, Amon? Good to see you out of the tower for once. Yeah, we saw like a little clone of him in the Crystal Tower. Fucking around. Finding out.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
So the Allegans were kind of mean. I wonder why Daniel acts the way he does. Have you seen how Amon dresses?
Wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work.
The fact that the
But it was
Allegans
not
talk
their
about it
only
as if it was a joke is still terrifying.
For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
These are the people Raha looks up to. Something to note, he didn't resurrect Zonde like he said here. He summoned Zonde. These are the people I think it's not so much that Raha looked up to the Allegans. I think he just wanted to learn more about them. It was just wanting to learn more about them, see how they were able to be so great and advanced, while Eorzean now are not even a fraction of the way there. How were they able to do it? Not that personality-wise, they were all assholes.
In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
Yeah, he likes what they did, not who they were.
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
There you go.
See what lies ahead. The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Thanks, plot no jutsu.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
My favorite playmate. So, if you try to pull her out, she'll die. And you're left with no choice but to leave her. Unfortunately, she's safer in there. Alrighty, the satrap of Razad Han. With a heavy heart, you inform the alchemist of Nadana's imprisonment within the Tower of Thought. But you also tell them that the scale worked.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Elephants. Yeah, and it's Razad Han. But these are all flashbacks. Now it's
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
Fortunately, now's not the fucking time.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Yes, let us go. How was the iced tea? Was it too lemony?
It was alright.
Yeah? Probably needed more sugar.
I drank it all the same. I was fine with it.
Alrighty.
I'm fine with sour stuff.
Yeah.
Even though my tongue is still healing.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan.
Say hello to the other man that Twitter simps over. I get it. But, he's neat.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale.
I like Ahewan. Yeah, he's
Such
cool.
deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
At least the bone mustache looks great on him. I'm not a fan with it at all. He makes it look good on some other aura. It's Nihilus's face.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others.
And Nihilus, I love you, but shave those scales. I like it on Nihilus.
I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
He's like,
As you wish.
Here's the thing. On Ahewan, it looks good when you stop seeing it as a mustache.
To the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Stinian has spidey senses for dragons.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Stinian, yeah. That's a big curtain. Yeah, I think now here's the thing. Now I have enhanced my client. So as you probably noticed, Rin Aura scales are a lot brighter and cleaner, like whiter and more ivory than bone in bone-like in color. And I think it looks better, in my opinion, that they're like more ivory-ish. And then two, It gives like a little like black tip accent, whereas the Rhine Aura don't have any naturally, or unenhanced. And I think when you look at the like the scaly mustache, when you don't look at it too much as a mustache and just a bit more like almost an extension of the lip, it's not as bad.
Vritra of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Midgard Somers. I'm the baby of the litter.
Isn't this a surprise? We were told Rads at Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
Hi.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect.
Before anything, this rock belonged to the dragon. Then the elephants came, but they said, I ain't fucking with no dragon. And the dragon was fine with them staying. And then the Aura came, and the Alcasadara said, don't fuck with the dragon. And the Aura said, we ain't about to fuck with no goddamn dragon. And the dragon was like, y'all can stay.
And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
We chose not to fuck around because we ain't want to find out.
Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility.
And then them goddamn hears.
When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict.
They came in and they were like, fuck that dragon. Vitra said, y'all gotta leave.
Was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Rads at Han.
Or more so, the hearers said, we don't want that fucking dragon here. Or they were like, we're gonna fuck this place up because we want it. And the dragon said, nah, B, you gonna work together or you cannot stay. And it's been like this ever since.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
a charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Yeah.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end.
They can't know that this country is ruled by a dragon. It would piss off a lot of people. I also don't fit in no meeting rooms, as you can see. My room is the meeting room. You working together or you ain't gonna be working. Either you work together, you'll find out.
I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
I like that I like where they purposely put Thancred. Just think about it, where they purposefully put Thancred. They put him there on purpose.
Your eye, it was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh.
Oh no, I smell kettle corn and now I want some.
The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
How do I word this? The boy's not real. It's essentially a homunculus. So now that I can point out that that is straight up an Aura version of a typical homunculus. Yeah. For one, that. 2, it's not affected by my client enhancement. As you can see, the scales are still the normal color, albeit with some greenness, some Vitra green. What's a good way to word this? Essentially, the dragon has a compact version.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
Can I say something that relates to 6.2 in Varshan? It can't be a spoiler. You can if it's not a spoiler.
With words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood.
Unfortunately, because Estinian is part Nidhogg, he can kind of sense dragons. Due to saying 6.2, I'm a guess spoiler. Yeah, you probably can't say it.
From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
It's also why it's got like red eyes and limbo rings. It's been openly talked about in some videos, but given that I am second guessing it, I will stay quiet except that Twitter needs to chill.
Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rad's.
I think I already know what you're gonna talk about anyway. I'm not at the 6.2 part of MSQ, but I kind of already know. And honestly, I'm not even saying this as like how I am. I just think it was better. I just think good. It's good that you did that. But I'll explain to that whenever we do it on another stream that's not this.
Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence.
I love how they're using angles to hide something,
Yet,
though.
even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
Do you ever wonder if somebody, like, comes in routinely to give, like, Vitra a bath? Like, they come in, like a good little cleaning crew comes in with, like, their scrubby butt brushes, and their, like, and their wipey towels, and their soapy sudsies. And they give Vitra and, like, a toothbrush. How do you think they go about giving Vitra a bath? Imagine if that's the satrap's real job. Cause you gotta be real. I'm gonna be real with you. You gotta hide but you have to hide this. So there are people who come in here. So they have to hide this. And maybe they've got wards and things around to hide dragon presence. Maybe incense and stuff. Do you think dragons do the dog leg kick when you rub their bellies? That'd be funny. I want to believe that every once in a while someone comes in and a group of people come in and they give Vitra a bath. And they give him a bath. He's a big boy, but it doesn't mean he can't get a bath. It's either that or he goes somewhere in like the dead of night, quiet as fuck, hopefully, probably not, and he just rolls around under a waterfall and that's his bath. But I want to believe that he gets a bath. He gets a good Razadhan bath. Gonna be one. Yeah! He's a big boy! He gonna be so stinky! You gotta clean him! He gonna be so stinky! You gotta think about that. He gonna be so stinky. You gotta clean him. You gotta clean your dragon.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
I bet he loves it. They get the good little scrubby brushes, and they get a little scrubby with the good soap. They'll be like, today's scent is jasmine. Smells so good. I'm gonna make you all relaxed. They're gonna be like, did you just light some jasmine incense? They'll be like, no, we gave Vitra a bath. I mean, lizards don't sweat, so they wouldn't need it. It doesn't matter if lizards don't sweat. After a while, they get stinky. They get stinky. I've seen videos of like this really big python. It was like a beautiful yellowy golden python. And it was like, you're gonna go in the bath. And the person ran this big bathtub with like lukewarm soapy water, and that snake went in. And it was adorable. They gotta get baths too. They get stinky. Yeah, this right here is why I love being in these streams, because this shit is what I love to talk about, because it is entirely stupid and pointless, but it needs to be talked about. You gotta! What do you oh, Final Fantasy isn't gonna give me this lore because someone on the team doesn't think it's important enough, but it needs to be talked about. I want to know if they bathe the stinky dragon.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me.
Like, he's gotta be like we can go into further talk about like his peepees and poopies. I'm gonna assume that Vitra goes off somewhere to do that. I'm gonna assume that there's like a guard somewhere he goes. But I want to know if they give the stinky dragon a bath, because he's stinky. Everything else is okay. We don't have to worry about where he does his pees and poops. That's okay. But I want to know if they give Stinky a bath. What if there's like a sand pit behind? I don't fucking know. Also, because it's from a dragon, could dragon pee-pees and poo-poos be used for alchemic research, and would it be viable resources? Because if so, alchemists are nasty. He got his own litter box. That's why we don't see or smell any shit. The alchemists use it. Squeaky, you're trying to fight a primal. Stop. But you have to wonder. Do the alchemists use his poop and his pee for alchemical research? It comes from a dragon. Yes, but not during my dailies. Just saying.
Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Hell yeah, we did. These are the burning questions.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
Oh god, I need my inhaler. Cold plus laughter. Hold. Oh no, you're sick.
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be
Oh, weather-wise, gotcha.
crafting your protective charms.
It is crispy right now.
It
I
seems a
gotcha.
quick trip back to Charlia.
Oh no. Alrighty.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Think you're not gonna help?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Yaw. Alrighty. In the dark of the tower. I'm just trying to see here. What's a good... Where are we right now? We're 10:30? 5 hours in? Alrighty. So, I think... Wow. We've actually gone through quite a bit. So, but still, I've only just touched. So we're just getting into level 81 stuff. There's a lot. I feel like Endwalker is gonna be at least maybe 3 to 4 streams, because we're not even like done with the first page. But I think this is where we're gonna call it. But on top of the alchemist thing, 100%. Hell yeah, they would. There's about 10 quests per level. Yeah. So I think right there is a good time to stop. So after this quest, essentially it's like, okay guys, it's time to go back to Charlian, meet up with everybody again at the Baldessian Annex, and it's time to regroup. And I think that is a good place to stop for now. I'm surprised they cut out a lot so far of the unvoiced cutscenes. There was a lot of fucking reading. I remember so much fucking reading. But all this has been voiced so far, and you know what? I'm here for it. I just hope that it's still pretty coherent in terms of like making sure that the important beats are there. And so far it's been good. But next week we will come back to this. I am pretty sure if and then like maybe this much, and then styled a hero. I feel like if we go at this pace, I feel like Endwalker is gonna be 4 streams. So that being said, took me about 7 to 8, 6+ hour long sessions, me voicing all the cutscenes because I'm a nerd and doing all the combat enough to get through N1. That's fair. So, we'll come back to this next week. And then, I think after next week, unlike with Shadowbringers, we're going to take that week off. And then we're going to come back for 2 more streams where we'll hopefully finish off Endwalker. By that time, I hope to hopefully be done patch content and other things. But if not, it is what it is. Am I going to be covering patch content during the movie nights? Well, right now, all the patch content isn't out. Like, I don't have it all. So, we probably, that'll probably be it for this saga of the movie nights. Because after Endwalker, it's all that stuff that is building up that'll probably end up going to the next expansion, which is probably going to be a whole new story of what's going on in the world. But I don't know yet. We'll see where patch content takes. We'll probably take a brief, a good stop after main Endwalker. because patch content's gonna come out pretty slowly. Like, we just recently got 6.2, so like I'm gonna say maybe 6.3 might be out maybe either the end of the year or next year, early next year. I don't know how often it takes for patch content to come out. So either way, I will see you all next week for more of our little movie nights. I've been enjoying it so far. Because I've also recently like played all this, it's fun to go through it again and what I was thinking at the time. What was I gonna say? Sometime around winter 2023? Okay, so early next year probably. Yeah, today was a lot of fun. Thank you for almost killing me with the question, do alchemists use dragon excrements in their studies? Maybe they do, man! But freaking, thank you for being here with me. I will see you guys next week for more of our movie nights. Tomorrow and Monday. I'm not sure about Monday. Just a guess, but it's most likely. Not sure about what we're gonna do Monday. Tomorrow we will be doing some glam grinding. So, we'll probably do a little bit of Matoya's Relic. We'll do some Nier, so you guys can jump on in if you want glams as well, or if you want to help me get glams. That'd be a lot of fun. And just kind of chilling out and kind of getting vibes and things like that, just doing things. Final Fantasy will probably be delayed by quite a bit because of housework going on in Jake's End. If we end up not having Final Fantasy, we will be sure to let you know. But with that all being said, let's hope that we'll be able to have Final Fantasy, and I hope you all had a wonderful night. I'll think about what to do on Monday. I'll think about it. I don't know what to do Monday. So you're saying there's an actual chance I can catch up? For Final Fantasy, maybe. If we don't have Final Fantasy and you haven't caught up, then yeah, there's a chance for you to catch up. If not, then oh well. But I hope you guys all have a wonderful night. I will see you all tomorrow. When will I be starting tomorrow? I'm not sure when I'll be starting tomorrow, because I know tomorrow I'm going to be waking up early because I've got some people coming in to grab some stuff so they can take it away for disposal, because we don't have a method of taking it. So we might have an earlier than normal stream. By that I mean these past couple weeks I've been streaming at around noon to 1 my time. So maybe we're looking at a 10 to 11 depending on how early they get here, but no promises. But I will see you all later. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for joining me. I just need to binge about, dude, 1.5 to 2. No, do 1.5 for normal and like combat-y stuff. Go 2. You'll be fine. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Wah wah.